Good morning. It's very awkward every time when I turn this on when I'm multitasking. And then I have to like mute everything, I feel like. I'm already missing the music that I was listening to on the side.
Oh shit.
How it does not hear that. Just over the top sound effects. Nothing for him. Sure window. Yeah, I should turn that shit on. What's up, George? So this is the PS4 version on the PS5, and then I have the PS5 as well version. And then I don't know if I still have the PS4 Last of Us 2 version. I'm not sure. So I heard that if you do, I think you get a free upgrade for the part 2, but I'm not sure. With my luck, I probably don't, because I don't know. I think I had it on a physical copy. So if I did, then I definitely don't. My life goes from still to hectic, so it's very hard to keep physical copies of anything. No guarantees that I'd keep anything when I jump, whenever that is. I can make plans and jump, but most of the time, I just end up jumping and I don't even know when. With like no plan set, just end up doing it. When I have the luxury of doing that, like that's especially like if I decide to cancel plans and then decide to do something different, things will get even more weirder. I was listening to like all sorts of music. I like having more than one sound going through. Like I'll put like Nordic type music up in the background of someone's music. That's just an idea. Do a lot more than just that. That's funny. Oh, won't let me on that thing. Yeah.
Let's go, Willie.
Oh, there you go. That's smart.
I can't wait to get out of this place.
All right, see if that generator still got some juice.
Here goes nothing. Ugh.
That shit is loud.
Yeah, don't jinx it. I gotta say, I'm impressed with you two.
We're pros at this by now.
Well, I was gonna collect everything, but it was part of the reason why I started replaying this. Was I was gonna collect everything, but apparently I stopped, and I am playing on the hardest difficulty to get that trophy. I think I'll collect everything in the PS5 version though instead. Is what I was sitting here thinking, because if not, I would have to go back and restart this again for a third time. I beat this one on PS4. I started the PS3 version, but never finished the PS3 version. And so I think this will be my second time beating it.
You think there's people inside?
Have we really gone in there?
No other choice.
Acquired tools level 3. I know I definitely missed some things. For sure. What's going on, buddy? This is the underground school, I think. I recall. Biter. He likes to bite, don't you? I'll bite him back. Turner and Hooch. This one is not kid friendly, that's for sure. At a time there is kids like my nephew's here or something. Gotta keep George away, because he likes to pet the cats, and George bites. But I don't really know 100% what the hell is the right move, what 100% I'm going to do. Um, yet I'm undecided and unsure. Don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm getting more and more prepared and ready to do something, even if it's nothing. Like, by that I mean travel, like adventure or something, like physical, not just my other crap that I could do for free when I'm here by myself or wherever the hell I am in the world, like writing and stuff. Part of me thinks I should go back to New York City again, return, go back over there, but then part of me is like, nah, you should go somewhere new. And part of me is like, nah, you should go out west, settle down somewhere. Like three, possibly even more things popping in my head. Had one crazy idea, and that was to drive to Alaska, but then I'm not. If I think about it, I'm like, why am I driving to Alaska? And then I'll talk myself out of doing it. When I probably should just jump, but then and not think about it. But I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm not driving to Alaska in the winter or around this time, but unless I had like a super vehicle, which I can't afford, I could do that. I know I could if I had a super vehicle, like a vehicle that was equipped to do it. And the funds, obviously, it all comes down to more to the money behind it, which I don't have. I swear to God, it's the worst thing in this world, one of the worst things. Is always having to deal with that shit because money can really just be a vampire and steal all the fun in existence. And the requirement, people doing things they don't want to do, people have dream jobs they love to do, which is, and then they get paid 10 times more, 100 times more than like when I take up a job that I absolutely hate that I'm just doing for money. It's like, and a lot of times I'll get like, what's the fucking word for it, George? What's the word for it? Something will happen. I'll go deaf in my ears or something temporarily. I'll end up with some health issues every time on top of it. Be working in the kitchen for hours and hours and hours. Well, not just fucking little days, weeks. And then it's like, over time, it just kicks your ass mentally and downgrades your spirit. It's cool, like, if you have your own kitchen, do things. Sure, possibly every once in a while. But when you're working for some other business, it's never fun. It's always acting. It's always fake. It's always theater. And if it is, it's like you gotta be like a damn. You just gotta fake it and make the money. And but when you do that, it comes with consequences. With my experiences, it comes with illness, sickness. You end up with like, oh, careful, buddy, you almost fell. Caught you. But ends up with like a whole bunch of different shit. Like, worse, worse and worse. Sometimes it gets worse. The depression will kick in, and trust me, when you're, I don't know, for me, like, taking it easy at least makes it, even though you're like, well, I can go, 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 go. And if you are depressed still, and you still have depression, let's say there's depression either or, then at least you're able to be more steady, secure than like if you're in a workplace working and you have depression, then you can't really meditate or channel. You're more stressing and then masking the stress to please everyone else, to pretend that you're happy, to please the customer. It's absolute hell. I personally can't stand it. You can only be fake for so long. And that's really what it is. I'm just fake as shit for money whenever I'm working those jobs. And then there's consequences. Health issues every freaking time. Because I can't meditate, I can't balance, like you're so, how and then I'm going to the doctors constantly now, requiring, falling for extra support. Now, like if I'm dialing back, I can go years without going to the doctors. Like if I'm not stressing as much, like stressing out, it's like I don't need any of that shit. I could do it all by myself. But then it's like, but if I'm putting myself in an extra layer of hell, an uncontrolled hell, there's hell, there's hells. I like to think of like levels, layers, and being equipped for the hell that you're in. When you walk into hell, sure, you can go to hell, but can you reign it or will it reign you? There's, and then you have to deal with people's demons. I deal with people's demons every time, anyway, online, including those are I'll come across no matter where. Like even if I'm not around people, because I do have like electronics and shit, I still come across people and their freaking demons online. I don't know. I'll come across a whole bunch of different situations on the internet. It's a lot worse, though, I'd say, because um, the internet's like it's pointless to have a conversation, to even combat things on the internet. It's just pointless. It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose if you're communicating with the person that's doing it. Now, if you don't and you block them or set a course, then that's why people do that shit, I guess. But then it's like, but I don't. I usually could just shut them up, but like if you're in another situation, like in the real world, it's a lot easier, I think, personally, in the real world. For some people, it's probably a lot harder because you're having direct contact with people's demons. When you're having direct contact with those demons, then they can't use no mask. They're having a hell of a time keeping their face on before they're just dropping their face. They're dropping their act and showing you who they really are, or that they got a demon that actually steers their wheel. All that stuff is very real. I've always been spiritually attuned my entire life. A rebel, though. I haven't always been obedient, though, too. I question gods and shit like that. Well, I've seen a lot of things. I've seen paranormal activity, spirits being trapped in limbo, echoes, trauma, trauma like coming back and ringing across, and it's people literally trapped in hell. levels and layers of hell. It's actually tragic. Because they'll think, well, if you do good deeds, you'll go to heaven. Like, that's not the heaven. That's not how what I've learned through. I've learned that, through my experiences, that it really comes down to measuring better, and it has nothing to do with morality. It has nothing to, that's not where right or wrong is. And it's like when you start tapping into that, and you start to realize, wait a second, why are good people, or are they really like, what is a good person? You're good at reigning. You're good at royalty. You're good at being full of errors and owning your errors. Because when you're owning your errors, you're also kind of like investing in your errors, contributing. So it's like you can just be stacking on to your own doom instead of correcting your shit. And then there's all that repetitive stuff. And it's like that thing where you if you're sacred and holy and you make, like, if you're like a messiah that makes no mistakes, in that department, you have like completely been channeling and reigning. That's what I'm talking about. Like, these are the people who don't, that seek to not seek perfection in the spiritual. And it's not just seeking, it's not really seeking, it's reigning perfection. It's ruling, measuring perfection, creating it. Because if you don't, then, like I said, that's how karma will exist. Like people, even the best of people. Karma doesn't exist unless it is miscalculated error. In other words, if it's allowed to exist, you can render karma powerless. At least that's how it works in the spiritual, paranormal stuff. It's all energies, frequencies, are a lot of the tuning from neurons to brain cells. In other words, they're like portals that go right through your brain. And then it's kind of like how all that works. And the brain is not associated with, isn't, the brain is more of an avatar. Well, it's like a part of the avatar. The mutant avatar baby that you're born out of. They're born in a cauldron mutation project, or born what some people would call naturally. There's all of a mess. So why am I doing this?
Oh, shit. Whoa. It's a soundtrack.
What?
It's a sort of alarm.
I don't hear anything.
And someone used to live here. Don't look like that's the case anymore.
Who would stay in here? Someone who thought they could keep a place like this safe.
New weapon. Which way they be running to? Run that way.
Oh,
Ellie,
Calm down. Hey, Sam.
Yeah?
Stand by the post.
Oh, Did you see that? Let's keep it down, buddy, okay? Yeah. Sorry.
You hear that? Infected.
Shh. Quiet.
Oh, I shouldn't have run that way. My bad. I don't know which way to go. I don't remember. I don't want to go the right way. Go the right way, then it's like fucks everything up. It's always these side shit. I recall. I'm pretty sure I just fucked the narrative over here anyway. Get out the way! Jesus. That was a dead end. It just came here first, I guess. Mine? Trying to see if I missed anything. These graphics aren't really the best. We can upgrade this. Weapon sway, maximum health, listen mode, crafting speed, healing speed, shiv master. Full durability shivs don't break when used to escape a clipper grapple. This just seems more used to health, I suppose. Keep missing the damn doors, I'm for sure of it. Before I go through this door, sometimes I do this, sometimes I don't. Where'd George go? What if we went outside? Did we went out the room? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't want to be hiding anywhere. Yeah. Hot sauces. How about what you guys got for Christmas? I got hot sauces. Or actually Christmas presents. Bunch of different hot sauces. Some are nasty, some are good. So far that I've tried. Just experiments. And one is really, really, really hot. Alright, I'll be right back. I think that one is called, oh yeah, it's the scorpion pepper one. That's pretty spicy. Like habanero and it's not hot. I don't think. A lot of habanero ones are was nothing to me. It was so hot. And there's this one that I got was habanero ketchup. I thought that one was funny. And I like this. Makes me want more of this. This one tastes really pretty good too. Habanero ketchup. Habanero and I think green pepper, which is usually jalapeno, I believe. Except for some of the green, like this one tastes like pickles. Yeah, I don't know why that is. One of them tastes like pickles. It's not spicy at all. It's just pickle, like not even pickles. Like drinking pickle juice. There's a couple in here I have not opened. Like there's a sriracha honey sauce that doesn't even say hot sauce on it. So I don't know what it was, but it was included. Not sure what that is. Fire roasted. Oh, Rick and Morty hot sauces. I haven't even took them out of the pack. These multi-dimensional hot sauce set. There's garlic, jalapeno, chipotle, and habanero hot sauce. Chipotle is one of my favorites. Tastes good. Between garlic and chipotle, they're not hot at all. Not usually. I haven't come across a hot garlic or a hot chipotle yet. I have a pretty high tolerance. There's a couple in here. I don't know. Actually, all these are fine. They're not heat wise. I eat them without no problem. I think there's only one in here that I had that I am calling the sitter. I personally think those are the worst type of hot sauces. Like I'd rather have a hot bomb come in and like blow you up and then it goes away. Like the sitter hot sauces will sit there and will like sit there. I don't know, I'll just call them sitters. They literally will keep burning and the hidden waves and you get high as shit off. It literally is like, and I don't have it. I only have one of those. Though that's the scorpion one here. This is a sitter, but then it will stop. So it's not. I've had worse, but it still is. It's pretty. It's got a pretty good kick to it though. This is definitely the hottest one out of all of them that I've tried. This scorpion, the scorpion pepper one. I don't have any ghost pepper or the hybrid peppers. I forgot what the hell they're called, but I know that ghost pepper isn't the hottest anymore. There's hybrid peppers. Some hybrid peppers that are out there. I've had one hot sauce that, like, there's certain hot sauces that you can only have so much of, like, or it will kill you. Like if you can't drink the bottle without massive side effects. Got that in this water bottle called Circle Ghost Sips. Alright. I'll be right back. I was gonna go do something. Alright. Yeah, same thing. Any place I could end up going. I don't know yet. I look at Texas. Never been to Texas. I've never been to like um Louisiana either. I was looking at that, but then I was like, well, then people talking about crimes and shit, and like, yeah, that's how much. I'd rather not run into that if that's true. According to my research or what I look up online, it's one of the actually most dangerous states in America, I guess. It's up there. I mean, you'd think it'd be more crazier over here. I mean, it is crazy over here, but the East is so packed. The phone. I don't even fucking know what I'm gonna do. Kind of bugs me. I kind of feel like I have to do something. Like I'm not sure what to do. Like 100%. Like, and I'm just planning for the future. Like things pop into my head. Last year for New Year's, I went to New York City, and it was too crowded, so I went bar hopping instead. Then going down by the ball was just like way too packed for me. In the end, I actually went there for that, but then I was like, nope. And then I walked away and just started going clubbing and watched the New Year's in a bar on television. Actually, I think I watched part of it was in Miami or something. I was watching even though I was in New York City. It's like, it was last year, wasn't it? I believe it was last year. Um, Thought about going for like Thanksgiving and stuff, but I was like, well, I was like, yeah, I don't know about that too packed. It's different, like you have to be in a mindset for it. Like I've done things before where I've been in massive crowds, but I haven't been to a concert since April, what, 2022. So it's like, and I was going to concerts nonstop for a bit. I got sick and I had to cancel the one in May. And after that, um, I just didn't. I don't know. I just ended up not. It just felt like I didn't. I don't know. Just changed. I guess decided not to. But I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna going to like Connecticut as well, to the Black Entry Forest. It's a fascinating place. And then I keep worrying more about my vehicle than my life. Though when I look at Black Entry Forest, so like I keep thinking like I'm gonna go to Connecticut, I'm gonna park, and then I'm going to the Black Entry Forest. Something bad's gonna happen to my vehicle. Well, I don't know where the hell you're supposed to park. Just sit there. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe I just go camping in the Black Entry Forest. Lose my mind on the Black Entry Forest even more than I already have. Supposedly people see shadow beings. If they've seen shadow beings, I'm sure I'll see them too. That's how if it's real. If I stay one, because I just open myself up, voila, I'll find out the hard way. Like I said, I'm not worried about any of that other shit. I'm more worried about my vehicle. Just have a bad feeling, because then I'd rather not be stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Because I'm not really the best at socializing with human beings, so. Not sure how much it will cost. This is gone. This one. So, circles. Try, what's this one? Well, I don't know what that one was. It says on the cap. Kiwi berry. That's what that one was. This one is black cherry, and I'm about to put it on. Try. Tried this one yet. Actually, this is my only third one out of all of them. The first one I had, I think, was like blueberry or something. I don't know. This one's weird. You can't see. Two is probably enough. Shit. For now, it's started off fine. That one's good. I like this one better than the last one. It tastes much better. I think the last one had like energy shit in it. That was like, I kept like, damn, I was like feeling something. A kick. It has this coffee flavored even. And tea. What the hell am I doing? I don't want to do that because I'm trying to like at least if I can get a couple doors open since I already missed one. I know I missed one. Turn off my solitary. Playing solitary on my phone. I've been playing solitary and Sea of Stars on my phone lately. I was like, the Game Pass games that I have, there's a bunch of like games that I'm like, I don't really like, I don't know, I don't like playing on the screen. So that's why I was like, Sea of Stars is great for mobile. Because like, I don't really, I mean, I tried playing it on a screen and I was just like, nah. And then I was like, okay, here's where and how you play it. It's like, that's a mobile game. I feel like it's better in my palm of my hands playing something like Sea of Stars. Feels more comfortable. Just like I think actually Diablo 4 would be too. Even though everyone likes to play on a monitor, I think like even Diablo 3, I rather play it on like a phone or something or like how I'm gonna play it. I can't really. It's hard to play those games on that screen. It bugs me playing them on a screen. I don't know. A lot of times, with the exception of there's one game like XCOM, Midnight Suns, that I was playing for a while on PlayStation. I got it for PlayStation. It was Midnight Suns. I remember because I was pissed. Or I was not pissed, but I was a little. I remember I felt like taken aback because I was like, oh, well, they wanted me to pay full price on Xbox. Like, this was like, I think last year. And after giving it to me for free, I don't know how I got it for free. I don't remember how, but I knew that took it away. I had it for like a week or something. I had it. I didn't think it was for a weekend. It was longer than that. I had it for a bit on Xbox, and then all of a sudden it disappeared, and I didn't pay for it. It was like just showed up, and I was like, "Oh, you can play this," and I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know why or what that was about. But I played the hell of it on Xbox, and then it was like, next second I know it's gone and wants me to pay full price. So I looked over at the PlayStation, saw it was on sale at the time, and now it's on sale even cheaper on Xbox. But uh, I don't know about buying it twice. But I'm not at a certain point on Xbox, but on PlayStation, where I'm at now, I got the DLC, so I was playing Dracula versus Dracula, and then my save got corrupted. My save file system on Midnight Suns got corrupted. So, and I walked into a battle underpowered against Dracula. I went into a fight way too early, and now it's bugged out and broken for me on there. Otherwise, I have to restart the damn game because I don't have any previous saves. All the save files were corrupted, except for that one. And it's like, I don't know what the hell was going on over there with the PlayStation with Midnight Suns, but I know that I shouldn't have jumped into that fight. It was way too early jumping into that fight, and it pretty much broke my game. Well, it didn't break, it just requires me to restart it from the beginning, and part of me is like, maybe I should just get it for what, $20 or whatever. I think it's 15. Maybe it's 15, maybe it's 20 on Xbox and just finish it there. Be smarter about it, but I'm like, I don't know. Even if it's $20, sitting there thinking, I don't usually do that. Usually I'll have a game, if I have something on one console, I won't get it on the other. I don't know, I just have a knack to do that, with the exception of Hogwarts Legacy. It was the only game I got on more than one platform. And I never finished it on either platforms. To be honest, I never even finished Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know, it just feels weird jumping from when I was on Xbox and I was like lacking certain things. And it actually kind of feels a little bit better on Xbox playing with the Xbox controller. Despite that, I like the PlayStation controller better. The DualSense 5 is a way better controller this time around. It is way better. And being on the PlayStation with extra stuff, and then I'm like, my mind is like, what the hell did I do here? So I started created like a character for what? Ravenclaw and Slytherin on one console, and I believe Hufflepuff and I think I did Hufflepuff on Xbox and Hufflepuff and Raven. I think I have 3 characters on Xbox. And then I have 2 characters on the PlayStation, which I have that has the most time. I actually think I almost have it. I'm near the end on PlayStation, at least with the main story. Oh, my one character. I think it's my Slytherin character, actually. Every house but Gryffindor is what I chose. I actually think the Slytherin dormitory would be kind of peaceful to sleep in the dormitory. Like, it kind of sucks that your bedroom is in a dungeon, so. Like, I wish my bed would be near that freaking window. It'd be like sleeping out in the dormitory. I mean, and then getting harassed probably by other fellow Slytherins. So that is like pointless. But the best dormitory, I think, out of the three that I've been in, even though I really like the underwater vibe that Slytherin's dormitory has, is actually Ravenclaw's, because there's an escape roof that you can fly your broom back and forth on the tower. I also think Ravenclaw has the worst dormitory bedrooms, though, out of the three, because there's like bunk bed setups. It feels like a luxurious prison or something. It's just weird how they set it up, and I don't know. But as entry goes, like getting up, leaving, going back to your dormitory because you have to leave, your dormitory for classes, kind of going back up and getting the idea of that, and I'm like, well, which one has the coolest cinematics? And then I'm taking it beyond the game, thinking, well, Slytherin, you always need to know the password, and it has a really cool snake kind of like entry point, or the snake on the wall. Like, that would be kind of neat. And you have to go to the dungeons, which might be cold as hell, especially in the winter. It'd probably be cold as hell in the dungeons, but you'd be going down to the dungeons just to go to your dormitory. Then you have Hufflepuff, which I believe is it's not in the dungeons, but it's below uh the the hall, or I mean the giant, where all the four tables are. Because it's like the kitchen is underneath that, and you're like, Hufflepuff House is also kind of underneath the the four tables, sort of. And that one's actually where there's no password, no riddle. It just kind of like feels like it scans you and identifies you instantly as a Hufflepuff. In some ways, it's like Hufflepuff has the simplest and also cleverest, of all doors to get into your dormitory, because if you can enter Ravenclaw with solving a riddle, then anybody can go into Ravenclaw if they can solve the riddle. And the same thing with Slytherin and Gryffindor. Anybody can get in the dormitories as long as they know the passwords. You can't get into Hufflepuff, because it's like, it makes me think that you probably can't get into Hufflepuff even if you're using a polyjuice potion, because it probably can tell. It probably has a sense. I think it's the most secure house, for sure. Despite that it's the house that accepts everyone, it's the house that also has the most, probably the most secure door entry. So you could say that I think Hufflepuff is also the safest. It feels the safest. Even when you go down in Hufflepuff dormitory, it's just all like, they're very big into food and plants, and it just is just warm and cozy. Like, you just feel safe in Hufflepuff. Slytherin, you probably have to deal with everybody's shit. You know, I feel like if I was in Slytherin, I'd probably be friendless by myself. Like, no friends, not even for my own house. If I was in Slytherin. I think there's consequences. So that makes me kind of not want to go to Slytherin, despite that I really kind of, like I said, I really like the underwater vibe in the dormitory, though. I actually like that. It's just a damn shame of the atmosphere and the type of people that usually are associated with that house. And then you gotta deal with shit. Like, nah. I'm usually sorted between Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, depending on what I'm feeling. Like, I got into Ravenclaw because of my obsession for knowing things, my witty cleverness. Not really. It's more like my, you know, yeah, it's my, looking and being intrigued, kind of in knowing things, and it's just every time I look when I take that test, it usually sends me, it changes me. Like it'll go from like the test results must not be entirely accurate, but because it'll either put me in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. I never get Gryffindor or Slytherin unless I rig it. So it's like I either get Ravenclaw naturally or Hufflepuff because of my, it depends if I'm up feel what I'm feeling. Like I could be like completely, because I don't like surprises. I like to know things, and having to solve a riddle would feel like I'm at least accomplishing something. It's kind of like it's a challenge, and kind of keeping you alert and vigilant. And it's really just being obsessed with, kind of think about it like you'd be going to Hogwarts for not really to make friends. You're going to Hogwarts to learn magic and to learn as much as possible. And that's what Ravenclaw kind of reminds me of. It reminds me of, if there's the house, it reminds me of the one that's the most obsessed with knowing things and being smart and mastering magic, and and having that mindset to do that. There would be, and especially if there's like this, there would be a very big chance I would be put into Ravenclaw. Because of that alone. And it depends, because like I said, I'm assuming that's like if I'm excited and intrigued. Now, if I am going to let my guard down and be more interested in having friends and stuff, and enjoying my time while I'm there, while not being in pursuit of being a know-it-all, then I would be in Hufflepuff, according to the test at least. Slytherin's cunning and very like prejudiced and shit. It's like I'd be very cold. I feel like Slytherin would change me in my pursuit. I feel like if I ever was put in Slytherin, I'm just assuming that I'd be 100% on my own. At least in Ravenclaw, I can make at least one good friend. I have a sense, and then in Hufflepuff, and then in Slytherin, even in the game, I wouldn't want to be friends with those kids that are, even if there's a secret, cool little room. I don't know, like yippee ki it's like whatever. That's like who you're associated with. The room would be lonely as shit. But I love the underwater theme, though. I really, when you go down there and you look at the underwater, I think it's one of the best features. But that's the pro. But the cons outweigh the pros in Slytherin. In a lot of ways, I do feel like being a Hufflepuff would be way easier. And probably the right way to go. Because it's just kind of like, you're not going to be constantly stressing out and you can still pursue knowledge. Now, Ravenclaw is like mandatory knowledge. But I think Ravenclaw is still pretty great because it makes you kind of like have to be vigilant and know things. It's very academic. But at the same time, I think Hufflepuff would be more relaxed. So if I were to, and I think a lot of people would choose that if they were comparing it in that way. Despite the people who shit all over Hufflepuff, I think Hufflepuff would be by far the most relaxed and coziest. But there's like the dormitory is not that awesome. It's safe, warm, cozy, sure, but it's not like it's not like anything. I think the best dormitory, hands down, has to go to Ravenclaw. They have a tower, like their tower is like the superior tower to it's even better than Gryffindor Tower. Going to Gryffindor Tower, you don't have a roof access like you do in Ravenclaw. That's one of my favorite parts about the Ravenclaw dormitory is that there's literally a place that you can access if you're a Ravenclaw. Now a Hufflepuff, or whatever, can't land on it in the game. I mean, in real life, anybody can fly their broom up there and land up there on top with the Ravenclaws. I suppose. Like, I don't think there's anything. I would assume there's nothing magical stopping you from entering the rooftop area. So this, like, Ravenclaw has flaws. I sense. Actually, I'm going to go as far as to say that Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, all three of those houses have flaws. Now, I was looking at Hufflepuff. There's only one way in and one way out in Hufflepuff. And there's no password, there's no, like, riddle, even. It's just a complete scan of who you are. It just kind of like reads you from the inside out. So it's like, and being herbology and potions, that obviously I would assume that you can't use Polyjuice Potion. Like, I would assume, like, how Slytherin teachers and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teachers can go into Ravenclaw dormitory, and Gryffindor dormitory and Slytherin dormitory, but even the teachers can't go into Hufflepuff unless they're Hufflepuff. It's like this, you have to stand in front of that barrel and it reads you. So it has this intelligence that somehow reads you and knows whether or not if you're Hufflepuff. So in a lot of ways, that's why people shitting all over Hufflepuff. It is the most secure house of them all. The security is the best, and it's right next to the kitchens. So if you're like a big foodie, you'd literally be, and you want to befriend house elves, you'd go right next over your, it's really right, it's right there. So it's like, that's the, it's just a warm and cozy kind of vibe. Now, there's a couple things that like jolt and hit you, like, oh shit, well, yeah, I mean, that broom access, that access, if you're going to be with a broom and flying around Hogwarts, Ravenclaw is going to have its perks for that. And if you want to have amazing views, it's the house that has the least amazing views. Because there ain't no views. It's all surrounded. They literally I don't think there's even one window in Hufflepuff dormitory. So they have plants literally to make it more feel alive. It's how they make up for it is they grow plants and make it look like more cozy. I think it has more fireplaces in mind, but it's like, and then you look at like um Slytherin that has an amazing view under the lake, which is really cool. I like it. And then Gryffindor and Ravenclaw basically have the same similar types of viewpoints when it comes to their windows from the towers. Unless you're in Ravenclaw, you also get an additional rooftop access, which Gryffindor doesn't have. Man, like, damn. So that's like Ravenclaw, hands down, definitely has the best dormitory. In other words, and there's pros and cons. Like I said, the bedding's probably, if you're compared between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, is probably better in Gryffindor. And then, like when you look at the bedding in Ravenclaw, they're a lot more smaller, and their bunk beds. So sleeping in the Ravenclaw dormitory, if you're tall, feels like, or big, feels like it'll be rough in the sleeping department. Yes. Can't win 100%. But I would say that the one that has the most cons is definitely Slytherin. I don't know. It's good. I don't know. That's good. Interesting. I mean, it's interesting. I'm actually streaming. You need to click on that. Let me see here. I want Last of Us. Not collectibles. That's too much. Last of Us. Shiv doors. All Shiv door locations. I know for a fact I missed one. At least one. Man, that sucks because I did miss that one. Or I would have them all. Because this is 13. This Bill's Town, the woods. Got that one. Which one's this one? We did that one. The left. Let's escape the city. I think this is the one I missed. Is escape the city. Shiv door, and then there's Tommy's Dam, which is the next one. So I'll have 12 out of 13 by the looks of it. I really fucked up on the last one. Whatever, I guess.
Well, I guess we know what happened to these people.
Seeing how there was a clicker, they've been gone for a while.
We keep moving forward. All we can do is hope there aren't any more of them. Doubtful, I know.
Stop. Not sure which way to go. Call. I think this is the dead end, right? I want the dead end. People are living down here. I feel like there should be something here, but I guess not. Switch back. Be nothing. Looking like a whole lot of nothing. So loud. Like, Jesus. How are they gonna find them? Is that not a shiv door? It's a suicide trap. Something up there. Walking up here, all the way through this. Shoot that light out. Well, there's something up there, but... Yeah. real quick. I was looking at Resident Evil 4. It's a damn shame of the PlayStation VR. This stupid thing has a wire. I have the first one. I don't have the second one. But the second one has one wire, but still. Like, I would think it would be really cool to play Resident Evil 4 in VR. Like, I'm intrigued in playing it in VR more than on the screen. But not with a cord. But looking at the MetaQuest 3, I've seen it a while way back. I knew in advance though about it, but because I was keeping up with it on and off. But I was like, well, this thing's pretty neat. This is the way to go. I'm gonna go VR. I'd much rather have something that I don't have to damn wear. I don't feel like I'm on a leash. Because I will pull the console. I did it with this VR because I probably played Skyrim and Beat Saber the most on here. And I yanked the damn PlayStation 4 off the damn shelf several times. Unintentionally. So it's like, and then I do have an adapter to hook it up here and play those games that I still own because I have them digitally. And the last game I had that I think I played was Batman VR. I think it was the last thing I tried out, and I said, well, this is not that great. You know, I was like, whatever, meh, about it. Like and Doom, I think Doom was the complete version, almost, if not the complete version of Doom. So playing Doom in VR was really cool. I'd have that as well. Skyrim, full games. Never got the chance to play Resident Evil 7, even though I can with this VR headset. I can even. So, but it's just, I don't know, a lot. It feels like a lot, and too much. Sometimes it's not what I want. You know, I wanted I want to be like have everything in the same ecosystem. You know, like I'd like that, but nothing does that. And then it's like the only thing that the best I could think of is Game Pass. Because I can run Game Pass on and that's not going to be VR games. This is going to be a giant movie theater in your headset, which is still kind of neat. On the go, especially, it's going to be really even more neater on the go if you want to whip that thing out. I could be able to use it while I'm fucking driving, obviously, but then I see her and I think it's. I kind of sense how hard it is to be associated with VR headsets, even when there's a good game associated with it. It's even if you do have the mind, or I mean the health to do it, the health to play. And then there's the times where you don't have the health to play and you're like kind of beat and you're not, it's like you don't want to put on a damn headset and go into this thing. It's like, then there's other times where it's like, yeah, I'll do this. But then it's like on a wire and it's just like so unimmersive of the wire. And I kept thinking, well, that's the biggest fucking mistake they did for me on PSVR 2. And making it on the lock. Like, when I sit here, it's just like, and think about that shit. And it's like, who the fuck's gonna play PSVR 2 on the go? And someone who sits at home, has a setup with VR, is like the type of consumer that's buying a PSVR 2 headset is someone who buys VR headsets, plural. Or just winging it and doesn't know. And I'm like, no wonder why people aren't going to develop probably as much for this. It says, is this the PlayStation Vita all over again? PSVR 2? Because of bad choices? But I'm like, well, it's not that bad. I think PS Vita got hit a lot harder. Mostly for its memory sticks. That's what hit me the most with it. Is that these essential memory sticks that you had to have. and or partly like in the carry on games that were run off low, and like looking at the memory and like being distracted by that. Was not a selling point for me. It was actually the quite opposite. It was enough to give me nuts. Even though I did have the original OLED PS Vita, popped like popcorn in a fire though, and in a fire, I had a fire, I lost a bunch of shit. But there's a lot of different. That was like years and years and years ago. So, and I only had one game for that. Apart from demos, there was something called Park or something. I can't remember what it was. Vita Park. I don't know what it was like. That came with it. It was a little thing that I messed around with. The only game I had for it was Unit 13. I never replaced it. I never got a second PS Vita. I had only had one my entire life. Same thing with my PlayStation Portable. I had one my entire life with the PSP, which was the silver Jack and Dexter PSP, which came with Jack and Dexter for the PlayStation Portable. And I got a lot of games. I played a lot more on my PSP than the PS Vita, despite the hardware is significantly, like, not the best. Mostly due to the lack of an analog stick when there should have been for most games, making certain games extremely difficult to play with one analog stick. You have like, I don't know, I think Nintendo's always been done better with the handhelds, to the point that they've realized they do better with handhelds than they do their own consoles, so they basically created a Nintendo Switch. I used to play Nintendo games a lot. I don't have any Nintendo device anymore. I had, a couple Switch Lights. Was the last thing I had. I think I had two Switch Lights, and was the last time, and they both got stolen. Be like I said, I jump and I go do something, and I carry that shit with me. It's difficult. The real world ain't equipped for all this. Unless you're rich, you're like, I'm expensive. So I've been told. Like I can be, but if I'm investing in technology, it could devalue me momentarily. I guess not really, but it can look like it, because it's like I gotta carry all this shit around with me. I don't always have a secure place for it. I don't always want to be in one place, because like sometimes it's the only way to have a guaranteed secure place in this world. You know, it's difficult. Even owning a place, then you're tied to that place. There's pros and cons, and most of them would be eliminated if you were rich as fuck, though. The perks, like at least a multimillionaire, a lot of them would be eliminated. A lot of the cons would be straight up eliminated. It'd make life less stressful. It would also make life stressful in different areas, though. Like money can put target on your head. Not a care in the world, just a beach house, your own garden. You know, kind of, can you imagine waking up in the morning, every morning to see your fruit trees and go to the beach or something every morning, like go for a walk. Beach is blissful. It's something that I find very difficult to do in the state of New York. A lot more easier to do in somewhere like California, in the state of Cali. Depending where you live in, of course. Like if you're in LA or something, is to get up and do all that stuff. There's more of an incentive, more of a motivation. It's a lot harder to do that in New York, mentally and spiritually, because it feels more like a fucking chore that you're ultimately not accomplishing. It feels like you're not accomplishing anything. It's I don't know. It's like I don't know. It feels different. It's heavier. Like in LA, it wasn't heavy for me. I didn't live in LA, though, but I would imagine if I did. And when I stayed in LA, in Santa Monica was my favorite place in LA that I've ever been. And when I stayed I stayed in a hostel. So, and I'd get up every fucking morning, go for my walk. I would meet strangers, go to dinner with them. Things that I don't do here in New York, I was doing in LA. I was completely living a completely different lifestyle. I enjoyed my lifestyle a lot better than my New York lifestyle. So it really is like, you ever, like when you went to school, for example, it's like you're a different person in school than you are at the house with your parents or your adopted parents or wherever the fuck you're living, like I was in several places. So, or with your real parents, you still had to be different. It was, I don't know, just life is extremely complicated because I suppose a lot of it comes down to the way the governments ran and how fortunate you are, how blessed you are, whether you have it to call your own or have people in your life that genuinely care about you that have it. And then it's like, but it becomes kind of like this family thing. It's like now it's all families, and you share it. And then it's like, because, right, like, I guess it's like, it's not entirely accurate because it's like, it depends on who. Like, I think it's a very, like, who you're around, who's good for you, who's best for you, right? Is different for people, I suppose. And it could change you. Like, I was a completely different person in LA. I mean, I was completely different. In fact, I was so different that I'm usually associated with technology here in New York that I don't believe I was at all. Well, I did meet someone who was developed for, I think that was on one of the Metas or Oculus Quests, and I got to try out some game in beta or Meta. I don't know what I was playing, but I tried it out. Some strangers. VR headset, but I didn't play video games. That was the only time I played a video game. Whatever that was, this is my first, the only time I ever played a video game in Los Angeles. San Diego, I played a bunch of different games in San Diego when I was not working. But that's the difference. When I was in San Diego, I had an extremely stressful job. That literally made me incredibly depressed to the point I was just, you know, and it was like I would go and do something and come back and feel like at home, for example, I wasn't in control from where I was staying. Like I felt like I was a third wheel, type situation to the people that I was renting off. And also felt like I was responsible for helping and doing a lot of housework while I was going and doing something, and it's like, and you're paying for the weather. And they were like the best times was when you were able to go outside, when you were outside and go do things, like even in the pool and stuff, were some of the benefits. But then like playing football in the pool, throwing mean ass spirals because I was pretty good at football and back in the day, but stuff like that. But it's still it just is very beating because it feels like a trade for less when there's more stress, and what you get out of it is basically very short moments.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No,
Okay.
but yeah, time is much more valuable than money. I'll tell you that though. Like between the two, if you can only have one or the other, you want to choose time. Freedom. To be able to have freedom and time. Because if you just end up having money, you can end up with very little to no time for you. You get stuck in a lifestyle that will be suffocating. And and I've been in all sorts of different types of lifestyles. Some of the worst lifestyles are the ones where there is like there's a heaven. It's worse than New York, I would say, in some cases. New York is like it's always depressed in New York, and like you're just fucking used to it being depressed, like 24/7 in New York. It's like, oh yeah, we're selling shit. It's a lot of the artificial things, a lot of doctor type stuff, like the medicine of video games and movies being marketed constantly, which are all like I would call supernatural, unnatural things. That it's like a bunch of things that are just that you could just be doctoring yourself on a timer. So it's always depressed. But like in Cali, for me, it was heaven being feeling so close to something that felt good or could be was worse than feeling bad, if that makes any sense, and being constantly surrounded by 24/7 bad things. Because when you're feeling good, it gives you a reason to fight and to be motivated and for that. But it's also like bait. and you don't have time to keep up with who's in charge of the heaven, who's in charge of your heaven, because it's not in your hand. You don't have time to even enjoy the sliver moments, but it's right there. That's how it was for me in San Diego. Like there was genuine, like heaven, and it felt so close, but also so robbed at the same time. It's what like if that makes any sense. It's what I felt, and it suffocates you inside. Like in New York, for example, you're just always in it. It's like almost being emo 24/7. It's like my soul is emo in New York 24/7. And it's just kind of like, oh yeah, well, yeah, the world's shitty. Great, yeah. Is that, people do that. Yep. And then it's like figures. Someone else is getting screwed by the government. Welcome to New York, right? It's like all these negative things. You're just like, yeah, welcome to the club. It's just like nothing, just kind of like used to negativity. And there ain't no heaven in New York. There ain't no natural heaven in New York. It's all artificial heaven, which is video games, movies, clothing, marketing things, food things. That it's always these things, these ideas, or these what people would call these iconic things. And it's a lot like medicine, but it's what I call artificial heaven because it all has these timers, but it can put you out of business, if you're not selling this shit, right? Because it's like, well, what the hell is New York City but a stage? You don't really go there for freedom. You go there to sell shit. It's a marketing place, first most front, and socialize. It's because if you go there like to even establish a relationship, which you can easily, you can find people, like anybody. You find somebody in New York City. You're really just looking, even if you're looking or not looking, but you won't find commitment though in New York City through my experiences. Though you'll find a good time on a timer. You'll meet a lot of people who just move on. You'll meet a lot of timers, because people can just have 50 million different types of people. So when you're in Manhattan, it's, well, Manhattan, think about it this way. If you're famous, even if you're famous, New York don't give a shit. If you're famous, like if you walk in, yeah, whatever, they don't give a shit. So and some will run, be obsessed like certain people, because there's all sorts of different types of people. But you'll find that the mindset, it's being so diverse, and what you're attached to and on a timer can also be so disconnected at any moment because of the population, because of the density, because of the crowd. Because when you're in the crowd, you have a lot. You could find perfection in the crowd, and have perfection taken away so fast in the crowd because of democracy and the way everything works. It's set on a timer. You don't have time to establish anything. It's a very fast environment where you have to be speed. You got to be Speedy Godzilla. You got to go in there and you got to be act fast, or you're gonna miss out. And no time to process. There's no time to process in New York City. If you it's just like go 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 go. If that makes any sense. Because or if you sit there and wait forever, then take in the stuff you can. But it feels more like a responsibility than it does like, even if it's just like going to a club accidentally or on purpose, or a restaurant, or meeting people, feels, I guess, more like a career or even when you're not getting paid, it really feels like that to me. Like then like somewhere else in the world, where you can have like shit, like Wyoming, for example, a lot more peaceful, less populated state in the United States, supposedly. I don't know how accurate it is. I never done the math myself, and what they give me, I have to question and analyze it for myself for it to be 100% accurate, because this whole government's a mess. So it's like I don't trust any of it unless I won't 100% trust it unless I'm feeling emotions and I'm giving in to emotions. Ignorance is bliss and full of consequences, right? Or I'm analyzing and I've done the work, done the research, and I know. And I'm like, well, no, I don't know. But then there's certain things you might not want to know. A lot of people don't want to know because it would be like really dampening on your spirit of how bad things are. Because you could learn, oh shit, this is a giant petri dish. A petri dish is mostly full of hatred and stealthy, even uh, type of haters, creative ones. Like even Hollywood for years was doing something with the whole be kind, and I can't. It was a process, and he'd be kind, but I would watch people be kind and then be manipulative about it, and then not everyone would be like, well, if you say it like that, and it's like acting. We're all actors, right? Everybody's fucking acting. And it's true, we're all right, and that's the type of government we were like that they were trying to create, was just like everybody's just theater, just nobody cares if you're miserable, you might as well just be happy and make happiness, and if not, then someone else can be like, oh, an opportunity, it's and not tell you that though. They'll mask it, the character objective, and try to outwit because of intelligence in all of it. It's like it had nothing to do with morality. It was all about infiltration, reigning, and ruling. It's like a serial killer could be nice to you before and after and during they're murdering you. It's fucking absurd. They can be so kind, so nice, but not. I mean, for real, they can be, and still kill. So physically in action. And it'd be, it's people that have that set of mind that can just change just like that. Speed accuracy points. I find it best, everybody wants something. A lot of people, well, not everybody, but a lot of people do. And it's very populated. You're going to be constantly forced into intelligence and superiority over intelligence about trying to be better than everyone else, or you're going to suffer the consequences in the population. And even then, you could suffer if you don't actually succeed. It requires success, or the illusion of success being powerful enough through democracy's decision, depending on what their motives are and it benefits that group of people, where you share a common interest in networking, and then it'll go from there. And it's all like that. And to think that this whole lifestyle was set up to be like this, people's lifestyles, like the whole government was set up like this. It was set up also for intelligent serial killers, in other words, also. So why people can kill and get away with it. So it's like, shut your mouth. There's all these cameras in New York City, but yet, it's editor's choice. At the end of the day, who's in charge of those cameras? Editor's choice. Those cameras up all damn day and night and catch evidence, but decide what to distribute, to put out there and what not to. It's, I've seen where there's bad footage and then there's good footage, but a lot of the footage that you see that is placed out there for crimes that I've noticed are usually it doesn't matter, is what I'm trying to say, because the way that democracy works is that they go off of vibes, feelings. You can have a bad vibe and be the best person on planet Earth, and that could just be enough for you to be victimized by democracy. I think it doesn't happen. It happens all the fucking time to lots of people fall victim to it. And usually you hear about a certain group. They like to categorize it and put it on a color or race. But that's actually not entirely accurate. Like, even though it's what I call the blinder. It doesn't matter. A lot of them, it's just the demons in the mask and what they're shooting at, what they're shooting at for, what their objectives are behind it, and who's taking their wheel, and what's not taking their wheel. Because I've been through some quite similar things that I've seen out there myself. Florida, for example, will punish just about anybody if it goes up against their dictation, because Florida might be the most dictated state, the state that has wants to be the most controlling state, to the point you can't go to the beach at night, you can't, they're like, how I was raised, or how I am in general, is it's okay to go to the beach at night as long as you don't make a mess. And if you do make a mess, you gotta pick up after yourself. Don't make a mess, preferably, is what I suggest. I tell people usually don't, because that it's like then you have to clean up some other people's messes up. Because just because you don't do it, doesn't mean other people don't. And then they start punishing you for the actions of other people. Welcome to Florida. Florida is as a full dictation state, where they set up their laws, if you pay attention, as almost like a dictator would set up their fucking country. And they want that. They want that. They want it to even be more of a dictator state than how they're running. They think it helps and solves issues. But if you look at their crime rate and the way they operate, it actually doesn't work. And in fact, they cycle people, throw people through their systems, including homeless people that are probably not the smartest people on planet Earth, some of them, but they're victims, not really committing crimes, they're just victims that get victimized by even their own damn government because they hate homeless people in Florida. They really, really, at least with my time, they really do. And it's like, and they'll send them right to jail. The charges won't hold up. At least I don't, legally, they would have to mask the charge, and they'd have to hold a fraud, and then they'd be held accountable by federal law if they got caught. That they would be targeted, and the state of Florida would be first thing. the rest of the of the federal law system. So it's like, so in other words, they're just like filtering. It's like, well, spend 13 days in jail or something like that, and then get released because I can't hold you unless they mask it with a lie. And that's how they hold. If they are going to hold anybody, they mask it with a lie, and they just have to keep masking it. It'd be a chore for them. So even Florida doesn't do that 100%. Even the dictator state has a hell of a time keeping their hold on people, and then people end up actually committing crimes because of suppression. Like you'd be a rebel versus. Think about all they catch a car thief. There's car thieves down there, but they don't catch, or they'll arrest. And someone who was in the passenger seat could get the full blame and serve the most time in the state of Florida, while the person who's actually in the driver's seat that stole the car, would get less time. I've seen that in Florida as well, where people they select who will take the fall. It's not about its accuracies. It's very rigged. It's very corrupt. And yet they think they're doing good by being a dictator, when their own government is just a hot potato. They're a bunch of baked ovens in their brains. The judges and court systems in Florida are a bunch of baked ovens. It kind of reminds me of the kitchen going on in their head of what the hell they want to do and how long they're going to go, and then they can't even keep up with it all because they're in it themselves in the corruption, and they're a part of the problem in the way they do things. So it's like, yeah, welcome to Florida. So they're like, well, their dictation, it's insanity. They don't solve problems, they relocate them, and or make problems. Even if there's not a problem, they will make a problem. Like, if you want to go camping in Florida, I would suggest don't. They don't. The state is very hateful towards them, even if you aren't homeless and you just want to go on a nice Florida camping trip. You could still get reined in big time on hell in that state. Unless you go to like, well, I don't know any places in Florida at least. I'd say go to a Walmart, but they'll kick you out of. I'm pretty sure they'll kick you out of the Walmarts in Florida if you decide to camp there. Like if you park your like camper or some shit. A lot of Walmarts will let you though in the U.S., but not all of them, depending on what state you're in. In some states, you can camp, pull over on the side of the road to take a nap for safety reasons, or find a spot to do. Now, don't do that in Florida. You can get a ticket, and they'll relocate you anyway, even if you end up, or you're very tired and you end up taking on and hitting a damn tractor trailer. They don't care about your health, Florida. If you're tired and sleeping, they'll suggest you, to invest a shitload of money in a hotel or something. Best states in the world.
Could be.
I almost don't even want to mention them, because if I mention the best states in the world, then other corrupt politicians might try to get in and screw up those states. So it's like, there is some really, really awesome states that do things way better than other states.
It's too hot for a boost. Maybe there's another way to get there.
Find these tables. I think there's a crafting table eventually, right?
Get back! Sam! Yeah, I'm cool.
That was me. I must have triggered some kind of safety gate or something. Henry, see if we can lift this.
So, this is awkward.
Yeah, I know. It's like every time.
Clickers!
What?
Hey, this thing isn't budging, man.
Just go. Get out of here.
Sam, you stay close to him.
Henry, we gotta fucking move!
You keep him safe. Go!
Don't shoot them from there.
You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I know.
All right, come on, kid. See if we can find a way out of here, yeah?
Okay.
Wait, okay. Let's just grab one more of these.
Did you see that?
Stay behind me. If I run, you run.
Shit. I should have been more prepared. or how intense this can be. Oh, how in the hell? So here we go. Running fucking crazy. Jesus. Oh shit. Running around. They can't see me right here. They be alert. Cannot hide there. Shit. See? Yeah. Two bullets. Feel fucked regardless, yes. Maybe that's the way to go. Just get their attention, let them run at me. The bow and arrows way to go. If someone killing them, I'm blending hard. Waiting. That spot looks like a bad spot right there. Yeah, because look at... Oh, shit. Damn clickers. I'm like trying to get their attention, but not too much of their attention. Oh shit, I keep hitting that damn button. I did it again. Damn fucking sensitive. Stop hitting that button. What the fuck's wrong with me? Oh, are you kidding me? At least some bullets left in there. They must be partly blind, if I recall. Damn arrow being wasted. There's one right there. Should grab. Won't let me.
You did it.
We're gonna keep going. You good?
Yeah.
Just barely. Sleep down here. Something tells me there's still fuckers down here somewhere. A couple by the looks of it. They're hard to see. That's what it looks like. So restore. Sure which way it should go. If it should go that way or this way. I'll come up recall. That's full. Could use those, I suppose. Oh, nope, nope, nope.
Bet there were a lot of them here. People, I mean.
Looks like it.
Vester was just a weapon. For the melee. Poor bastard in the shower. Yeah, it kind of remind, like, you know, like a good, I don't know, like some version of song. I keep thinking of Walking Dead sometimes in my head, but I keep thinking also of like, you know, people showing their real colors you know, or who they really are. I don't really like that term, but who they really are, I guess. um, like when the world goes to hell, and then people running and doing what they can to help others, if they're, where they are in the world, how far apart from the situation some people act, depending on where they are, uh, does play an influence on some people. But I've noticed there's types of cops or type of enforcement or law enforcers that themselves would disagree with certain laws, or some of them even in their state or their community. And so, thinking, well, why would they go through with all this 100%? So a lot of times you'll find that because of the the suppression of worry, or this some kind of suppression on some of the good ones, for example, and they might even, they'll see the truth, but they'll be narrowed down, and you pay them, right? People get paid, they get paid too, and then it's their job. Some people, they would never even be heroes unless you gave them a reward. There's no reward in the apocalypse. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying. Like I said, thinking here, how many higher official governmental people would really show their colors in an apocalypse? They're just there existing, and in being who they are due to the structure of society. Now, if society fell, would they be at the end of the day after society fell? In seeing how many people would change, how many even honorable people with rewards even would change, that were heroic, turn evil, or step up and be even better, than even what they were, because you find that some of them are suppressed, that are really good people that would just rise, and some that did good deeds but would come out on top, and you'd realize, well, they only did these good deeds because of this. They'd come out and at the top and literally prove that they're evil instead, because there was this reward system, this cosmetic, this medicine that even kept them in line. Like employing a bad guy to do good deeds. Suicide Squad, bunch of villains lined up to do good deeds. The Bad Company, the first one, Battlefield Bad Company, right? Bunch of convicts sent out to do the job as mercenaries, but at the end of the day, they end up fucking robbing, stealing a shitload of gold anyway at the end of that game. Yeah. Would you do movies or make movies if, for rewards, if there was no reward show? There's us other people that would probably never, ever, if it wasn't for a reward show or a reward, didn't get something for it, why they do it. That's what it's how the people come up with the value. I'm paying because it's restraint. This person's easier to get. This person's harder to get. And start cranking up the value. Literally, oh, it's harder to get this person. How much we have to pay to get this person? How badly do we want them? See, when they start realizing that there are 50 million different actors out there in the world that could do, and there's actors that could do similar work, if not even better work than who they previously hired at times, and paying more, they start to realize, wait a second, why were we even increasing the salary for actors on certain individual ones when we could just pay less for other actors? See, it's like, it's, there's that. There's pros and cons to both sides of it, and the thinking, with how the companies work. But I myself questioned the entire system, and then other people started questioning the system. But then they're like, well, on strike for money, and that still went back to the system. See, to me, it was still insane. It was still trying to figure out how to exist in the system and increase your worth and security in the system financially. Uh, and it just proved to me that it's not that they have to create these things to protect people because the system is that bad, that flawed. It just showed how they showed the colors of how bad the system is. And how corporations will decide your value. And it's like not even AI was a huge threat in a lot of cases. The threat was the higher up corporals and deciding people's value and worth. There are people deciding value and worth, people that are literally making the money to give to people. Once you know what money is, it's like, and it's processing who holds on to the stuff. The government literally gives people money to start businesses. There's similar situations to do movies and shit. Or has for many years. And they decide whether or not if the movie's worthy of financing, or and stuff like that. And it's really who are you catching? Who are you speaking with? It can be very difficult. Other people can make it difficult too, to even accomplish something that isn't really even as difficult to do. It's just that someone else is making it difficult for everyone else to do. So it's like holding it back or making it strainful. Then sometimes I would imagine movies have gotten shut down. Plenty of films gotten shut down over stuff like that, or gotten worse if they did come out on top. Think about all the different creative directions, differences that one movie can have. Like, think of one company that has an agenda, like, has an agenda behind the scenes to right beyond the screen for their agenda. And then, like, making the story not even make sense. But it's like that's the thing, though. It's not as hard as you may think, because if you look at a lot of movies, and these are very, like, even people that are identified as legendary filmmakers, like J.J. Abrams. And do you think J.J. Abrams made perfect films? His movies are far from perfect. They are flawed in so many ways. You look this from Star Wars and New Hope. Look at all of the issues in those movies and the incoherence that makes absolutely no sense. And why people are running and what people are getting from those films. It almost feels like sometimes people make a movie with mistakes on purpose, so they could just create a community, like what type of audience they want. Like, some people just want an incoherent audience, or and to create the incoherency in the ones who are like want it to connect. Or there's the lore that fascinates people, for example, to something, but then the final product is like they're not happy with the final product of what the grand makers have made, and it's and they're like, well, anybody can go do that. there's a skill set behind stuff like that. And mindsets behind stuff like that, and tuning behind stuff like that too. But it's, not anybody can do that, but it still takes you. Even if you can, is what I'm saying, you could still be somebody who can do that, and still not be allowed to do that. And then you have to figure out how to do it's like takeaway. It's like one of the things I look at is IPs and how IPs get ran into the ground. And sometimes, a lot of times when we look at IPs and what is staying and why they're staying, what is the point of certain IPs, and you look at popular IPs and films. But then even if you look at people that watch movies and dedicate into shows, like, and you're reading, people are like, stop watching. People might be like, stop watching TV, read a book. But you read a movie, and you're not watching a movie. You might not be watching a movie. What's the difference between watching a movie and reading a movie? Reading a movie is actually more work. Watching a movie, you're just along for the ride, right? Of whatever it is. And if that's the case, then all movies suck if you're watching them. Like, I'm like, then I don't even like movies. If you're like me, like, that's just like, I'm just there. If it's just like, why am I watching this? Just for the ride? Like, I don't, like, literally, if I want to do that, I get more out of a video game, or doing something physically, more with action than I'm contributing. So it's like, it's very fucking weird, because it's very weird. And the United States is like trying to get their hands on everything. It's like you go from one country and people aren't part of the pie in the United States because it's land of opportunity and a lot of royalty factors and benefits if you know how to get them in the U.S. So it's extremely, extremely difficult, is what I'm trying to say. And not knowing who you're talking to or talking with, and it could play a crucial key on the factor of outcomes of things as well. If you're talking about what you like, if you're being honest in public and not having a clue who you're talking to, you could be talking to someone who has security control, but using it for all the worst reasons, and could turn around and sell your information or give your information like valuable resource information, knowledge. You could be someone who has an amazing imagination and they just want that knowledge. And even if the buyer buys the knowledge, doesn't mean they're going to use that in the official in the product that is the final product. Sometimes the person will use it to control the narrative, or something like maybe they don't want the movie to make sense. Maybe that's part of the initiative, is to make an incoherent film, right? And it's like, and then it's like to find what makes sense and what doesn't in this connection, this relation. And it's like everybody has to be on the same page, but it's like I'm bringing people on the page of the board and carrying people. And then having, it's a lot like battery work. You are carrying people, but how long? This thing thinks I'm talking to it. No. It always thinks I'm talking to it for some reason. I don't have a brand new top of the line iPad. This iPad they released is the name brand of it, but it's a iPad Mini, some kind, definitely over 5 years old at least. Way over 5 years old, but maybe 10. It's not, and has a shitty battery in it that requires attention, that causes most of the restraint issues is actually the battery itself in the iPad. I didn't replace the battery. I didn't replace any of the hardware. I actually simply just work with a shitty piece of tech by messing mostly with the software to make it work. Because if you're not careful, that the whole screen will glitch out on that thing. 'Cause it's so outdated. Can't even get the latest updates. Locked out of it. You totally want all these updates. Stuff that updates will strain the hell out of older equipment just to break your equipment to make you have to buy new things. It's very slow. But depending on how you use it, though, you can relocate the strain and make something actually come out like it's almost new or decent. For example, I use it mostly, the iPad, for music or video, which is just satisfying enough. Works just fine, even being mostly broken. Like if I want to put like music video up, or Twitch or YouTube or something like that, I could actually and just make sure everything else is off in the background so it doesn't strain. Then you can get halfway decent performance out of it running, even being severely old. Severely outdated. Like, why do I need a new iPad? I don't. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing. I don't need a new iPad. The old iPad does anything I would do it anyway. Make your uses out of what you're gonna do. Right now, I would say if I'm looking at something, a lot of times with portability and having and liking multiple screens, a lot of things going on, and like I'm usually working with separate processors anyway, with separate devices. So, in what I'm using each device for. In a lot of cases, like if I take this Surface Pro 7, which is old too, but I don't think it's as old as an iPad, but it's still old, and it's still better than an iPad in so many ways, though. Still gets way better functionality, so much more I can do with it before, as hardware without having to change something in the hardware of the iPad thing. I literally have to open it up and put a new battery in it. Is one of the things that it needs and even that wouldn't be enough for the outdated processor. And I don't need to do that. Like, that's what I was just saying. Like, a lot of that is just unnecessary. The battery would be more important, I suppose. But it's for out of my usages. I was trying to think of for when I'm traveling, for example, because I have an outdated vehicle as well. So my outdated vehicle, and hooking shit up into that. I don't want things running off the damn battery. It's gonna restrain. It's gonna cause a lot more restraint, and I gotta make sure, because then I might be able to kill my battery or cause more, issues. So using like a Jackery battery or something. But if you have a bunch of wattage hooked up, and depending on what you have hooked up to it, how you're using it, how frequently you're going to use it. Eventually, I would assume, I don't know, I've never physically had one to test it out, but I would assume that it would eventually wear and tear even their product, eventually, their batteries. Which means you eventually have to replace it. That's mostly dependent on how much you use it and what you're putting on it, I would assume. Like if you're maxing it out, if you look at most like van lifers when they're using their batteries, I noticed they're not using as much energy, and if they are, it's mostly just for a refrigerator. Like my refrigerator here, for example, this mini fridge doesn't even need to be on 24/7 anyway. You just unplug it, so it will stay fine. So but that's so it's like, and it's just in usage. And like if I left that on 24/7, eventually, yeah, it would catch up and start. I'm sure would catch up and cause some issues. Even plugging into the wall, it will cause some issues to the actual device itself. The fans, for it's not supposed to be on. Technically, it's not supposed to be plugged in 24/7 or on 24/7. That's not how those mini refrigerators work. People will leave them on 24/7, and you don't have to unplug it. You just gotta switch it off in the back. To stop the restraints, because it can catch up. I'm gonna burn up the fan like tomorrow, for example. I doubt it, but that would be like a curse. But eventually, it would wear and tear. Right inside it says don't use it, like don't leave it on 24/7. It tells you specific instructions right inside. Yeah, this cooler is not intended for continuous use. We recommend you turn the cooler off intermittently. Yeah, it's a cooler. Because it also has like any frost / ice appears inside your cooler. And it tells you to actually clean it and wipe it out if there is. It says the top, I think, is the coldest. It comes from the top. The most, yeah. The fan's right on top too, so it's like this where it's doing all the work. It's at the top. This right here is where a lot of the work's being done. That's why it's gonna build up and filter So I'm gonna clean out the water, wash it out when it builds up, because it's not supposed to be used 24/7. The Xbox refrigerator. So it's not even really a refrigerator. It's more of an electronic cooler. Technically. I mean, I guess it's more of an electronic cooler than a refrigerator. Than a mini refrigerator.
Look at this place. It's like a classroom. Why couldn't they keep it safe?
Son, I wish I knew. God knows they didn't deserve it.
It's a lot dirtier.
You think you can knock that ladder down?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There we go.
Good job, kid.
Actually, think a lot of times the way I live of lately, and if I jump somewhere, is that it's like right now I'm not really jumping anywhere, but being prepared to is like me um, making so I can live or potentially find like home, in the future. It's like how I look at it, I guess. This is why the importance of having, backup stuff, you know. Like for example, think about what could cut in depending, like let's say you find true love down the road. Yeah, I'm gonna find my future wife, and it's like, and let's say I'm not, I'm entertained by the idea of buying a place, but not interested at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like it's not my number one priority, but and then it's like, well, it might be hers, but then it's like, well, then financially it's like, what do you want more? You want the marriage more, the house more? Because it's like right now, a ring, right? I mean, buying a ring and paying for a wedding is absolutely going to cut into the funds of some idea like that. In this case, me on my own, there's a perks and benefit of me not being 100% interested in doing, getting a house or owning a place. So it makes it so it's, if the situation tells me where my priorities lie, I would much rather be married, secured in a relationship than focusing 100% on a house. But yes, a house on the other hand would be pleasant and nice, mostly if it's off the grid. Because what is the point if you're on a budget, you're not rich, what's the point of having a house around people? Like, I mean, it wouldn't having a house more be like out in the middle of nowhere, having land or be on a beach or a garden, something equipped for stuff like that. Like, isn't it like the idea of having something luxurious and pleasant all combined with the property? Like, or you're just buying a half-assed situation. is buying into a half-assed situation that I don't know. That's just, and I don't see very many houses that will support that. Actually, I see zero houses in the city of New York that will support that lifestyle. 100%. The closest is farmhouses in New York that you might find that are more suitable for those situations. That will make it more suitable. But um, but I don't know. This is what I see. Priorities. Like my apartments, I remember I'd be like, what was it? And I didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about at the time. It was Bachelor. It was like Bachelor Place or some shit. To me, it was just like, I don't know, working with hell. But, I don't really like it. But it's at the same time, it's a lot cheaper. And preparation for the future. Because if you just went driving right in, bought a damn fucking house, and then and was constantly working the house, and then all of a sudden you find the girl of your dreams, and she's like, "We gotta get married right now." Imagine that, because then you're gonna be like, "Oh, what would be like? Oh, I'm sorry, we don't actually have the funds for this. We're too busy securing and financing our house." It's like, and then how much restraint would that have? Then oops, there goes your relationship, because that's how badly perhaps it was needed. It's like one bad move financially. This is why money is something. When I hear people are like, well, if you don't buy the meal, then it's an instant dead relationship, or it's something you should be like never return to. That's interesting, because it sounds to me that money is something that will dictate a lot of things. And I think it shouldn't, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it should. Because if it does, I almost feel like if it does, then you're basically being prejudiced, saying rich people should not be dating poor people. They should be dating rich people, and poor people should be dating poor people. But why are they poor? I ask. Why, and why are they rich? I ask because I think not everyone is the same. People quickly will jump into be like everyone's categorized in this because of this situation, or because they're all poor. Let's put them all in the poor category and ask why are you poor, and to see who's changeable and who's just living in a shit situation that would improve, but maybe they're just depressed. And I was like, well, you can work with that, possibly, right? The depression, turn the depression around. Like, what would make them happy? Cost more money, perhaps just less abuse to get there. It's like and then there's like, why are you rich? Oh, my parents are rich. Some people may look at that as actually a bad thing. So you're just banking off your parents because you're a trust fund kid. But in the same time, doesn't that lifestyle, even though those people are shitting on those type of lifestyle, but I'd look at like, fuck, that'd be nice. Wouldn't that be luxury? Like, shit. Okay, sign me up for that. I don't care what people think. That sounds like the simple life for me. My parents are rich. I'm gonna get rich parents. Rich adopted parents. I'm ready to be adopted again, even at 30 years old. I need richer parents. I want my parents-in-law, or is that what they call that? Significant other. So so fucking interesting. This world, the ideology behind things, and then how conflictions occur, and in disconnections and connections. You were awesome. What the hell? And it's like all due to like the internet or something. It's like, first of all, your mind is being processed through like a filtered grinder through the internet. You know, anything online. Sure, you could find truth online, but realize that it is mentally a workout. And because 90% of what's online is not honest. There's more dishonesty online than there's honesty. There's honesty in the mix, for sure. But it's like the same thing when people are going through. It's like I never been in. I don't understand. You know, there's dating apps, for example. I go to a club, I meet someone randomly that I may never see tomorrow, but I hook up and have a good time with. And most of the time, it's because I don't exchange information with them, and I don't even ask to exchange information with them. I don't think about it. A lot of times, I don't even think about, hey, you know, can I have your number? I don't ever even think about that stuff. Like when I'm in the moment, I'm like, I'd rather not think about that stuff. I'd rather just keep this moment going. And so when you're in like me like that, it's like then there's like, well, okay. And then you go back to the internet, and then that's all it is. You know, real people, even real people maybe that are using it, obviously, but it almost feels like even the real people aren't real people at times. It's through the internet. It's like scrolling, and then you hit this person, and it's like comparison. This is what's this about me, and I'm like, you know, it's like you don't like yourself, and a guy has to like themselves. It's like, oh, these are these requirements, and it's like, well, these requirements here, see, very, you know, and you're like playing a puzzle game here. Now in the real, you're playing a puzzle game by information that has been selected to be based online, even if it's honest. That's even if it's honest, but you come to realize that people don't really act like that in real life. They don't really have that stuff. Most people, a lot of people. So it's completely different. It's like I don't know. It reminds me of you go to one house, you act different, and you go to the next house, you act different. It's in why people do that, or why someone would be themselves, and you know, it's people doing it to be liked. Sometimes maybe people are just because of like if you walk into, you know, let's say you walk into North Korea, your neighbor's house is like North Korea, let's say North Korea, and Kim Jong Il's your neighbor, you know, let's say, and it's like, and to even be able to mentally process it in that situation, like, why are you there? You know, but you got to realize being there, you're going to have consequences, and you got to make sure you avoid those consequences. So it's like, him, it's a lot of suppression going on. So it's like you're working with dictation, right? You're working with the house, and it's like, or you take over the house, piss off the house, and then you take out and realize, well, there's a power over the house. But some people tend to forget or put too much respect into the house, even if the house is an abusive house. They put so much respect into the house, they forget that there's a bigger house called the state, and then there's over that, or that community has a house, and then that state has then the state, then the country, and then you look at the world, and who has more say. And you look at the United Nations getting more voices. And, you know, if you're not careful, there'll be, you know, countries trying to shut down the United Nations, and they'll be like, trying to be control narrative. So, you know, there's a lot of times people are like, well, the West is in control of all of our actions. We're naughty, we're bad, you know, because the West says so. We're good because the West says so. See, it's like, what the fuck? It's A, B, C, D. It's like, why are you attacking these people? It's like the United States attacks itself. It's like, if they're concerned if other people attacking other people, and it's like, it's they're like, oh, look over here at all this, and it's over here. Meanwhile, there's people be fucking killed over here too. So they're being killed everywhere, and it's just like they can't keep up. And it's all a lot of times it's like people just want power. You could they'll fix. You could go to fix the world, make a government that's for everybody, for the good. Then you have to find out that it doesn't last because it's not designed to last. 4 years, 8 years, president even don't get to stay, 12, 16 even. So it's 4 or 8, right? Or even less sometimes, 4. So look at it like that. So it's like, what progress, any progress that's made is on a timer. Or, within it's less than a decade. And part of your less than a decade is going to be busy and trying to get reelected. Or hoping. So, like, instead of trying to be reelected, maybe, it's not a lot of restraint. You can't even accomplish it. Sometimes it's like, why am I being president for 4 years? What am I going to be able to accomplish within 4 years that won't be undone? And you'll find out the harsh, rude truth is no president will ever create a permanent situation that cannot be undone by any preconcessions of people who will come later on down the road. And the vice versa. So it's like it's a lot of times the president is like the modern speaker in the time and working with the situation at the time and just and preparing as much as possible for the future, because they can't really 100% have access or be permanent into the future. It goes right back to the insanity that the United States government itself, Constitution, provides. The timer on, even if there is perfection, the expiration date on it, because it's like never truly allowed to keep something. So it's just like, it's a lot of thinking in the present, and even if you are thinking in the future, let's say if you're thinking in the future, you gotta, realize is the truth, or, that no matter what you do, everything has a timer on it. And the bigger the population, the harder it is to keep something or to guarantee it. People will make it happen. And that's why channels, so it's, in some cases, sometimes the president is like, keep peace. Mostly, right? As much as possible. Their duty, right? To keep as much peace as possible. As well as part of it. But then afterwards, it's like, instead of going bombarding and attacks, because it's like, it's a lose-lose. You give in to the ones who want peace, and then give in to the ones who want war. And then you might be able to stop one war, even through confliction, but just someone else will start some other bullshit out there in the world. So it's like, and you'll be right back at it eventually. So it's just a incoherent, absolutely disastrous mess is what it really is. Organized chaos a lot of times, even in people with positions of power. And you can have positions of power, you can be associated, but it puts a target on your head doing so, and you constantly have to deal with that stuff, a lot of royalty stuff. And you can do it, right? I mean, you might be able to do it, but you can also avoid it as well. This is what you're going to accomplish from it. I'm telling you, like, I see a lot of, I've seen for many years, dating way back when I was a kid, psychological warfare and stuff like that, and even spiritual warfare eventually, where, but the thing is I also see incoherency and accuracy points into the future, and to controlling, not just seeing the future, but also controlling the future as well, more than just the now, the modern future, through the present into the future to control the future. The modern future, as you have modern 1950s, modern whatever, modern time, and you have the modern, and that's almost like, people, you need to change, maybe it's not change your name, but I'm like, modern isn't about sounding nice. It's not the, if I wanted to, of course there's way more fancier, better sounding names. It's the whole point of eventually getting to accuracy. It is a key ingredient to accomplishing these directions, and it's to even be able to succeed. Modern, even, yes, I will admit that it can be used for evil just as much as it can be used for good. It's not. There's nothing moral. It's not about morality. It's about the hold it has and what people are using the accuracy points of reigning and ruling the future. And you'll find that to do this, you have to convince the people that it's their idea, that it's not your idea, that you're not responsible, that it's not you, it's them, and you're speaking for the people. And then you'll find that, and that's what they're kind of like in shepherding. Sometimes you'll look at it and you'll see the kindness, it can go right into the sacrifices. It's not going to stop you from dying, necessarily. It just stops people from knowing the truth. And that it's all vampires, sacrifice, and how far you're willing to push. And if you are always going back to the U.S., the U.S. is always open invitation to every country. It's a sizzling pot of opportunity because of its insanity, of its lack of prosperity, its conflictions, while having growth inside it and outside it associated with it. Other words, the United States never was about, preventing evil and making everything free will based. It was all giant geometric deception. Supernatural influence and geometry, integration to neurological science from afar. Find it, it just gets very, I don't know, it's, and then it's like, you gotta want what you want, what do you want? In your head, in someone's head. They're not in the head, and you're nobody, then you're somebody. But if, what you're allowed to have, because they, like I said, capitalism take from you, sell it, and will force war upon you to sit back and chant. filter. Like, what the fuck does chanting do? You can create an illusion to make it look like it accomplishes something by chanting. But that depends on those who are actually controlling you to make you chant. If they're gonna make it. It's group people follow, or who's the maker of this? Who gets recognized for it? Disappear and don't exist. Start something, but never show up to your own creations. How about that?
Is that Ellie?
Come on.
Joel, that's them.
Sam!
Oh, thank God. We gotta keep running. Charlie, over there.
Sam!
Run! There's so many of them. Joel, come on.
Ellie, get away from the door.
Maybe if we push it together.
Come on.
Sam! He just crawled through.
He what? Sam, what the hell are you doing?
Getting us out of here.
Well, hurry up then.
All right, go.
Everyone upstairs. Let's go. Damn thing's stuck!
Here, give me a boost. I can get through that window.
Open it from the other side.
Make it fast.
Come on, Sam. You're not staying in here. What about you? I'll be fine. Come on, go.
Get ready.
Here we go. Help me with this thing! Over here! Pull it off me, Joel! Door's open! Go!
Move. Go, go.
Fresh air.
Look at this.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Thanks for the warning on the other side, guys.
So where's this tower?
We're close. Come on, let's go.
Just wasted a bunch of ships.
Hey. How you doing, little man? That was a close one, huh? Yeah. Not one of our finest moments, but we made it out. Yeah.
Excuse me. It's like, I don't know. Spirit stuff.
Hey, look at that. Yep. What'd I tell you, huh?
Let's find a way around to it. What about you? How you holding up?
Business as usual, right? When I was with Henry, I took out a couple of infected by myself. You'd be proud.
Yeah.
Remember the Last of Us part 1.5 that may never be made. And there's a door.
It was pretty intense back there, huh?
Oh, yeah. Totally.
How did you two end up together?
Oh, a friend of mine, Marlene. Yeah, well, not a bossing around. Not right, Joel.
Mm-hmm. They're so fucking difficult. Work. Home of evil. Why so many copies of the same book? I'm a huge fan. Or just happen to get so many books in the same copy and then do anything with them. Just kind of sat them there. Just filler. Lack of ideas. Copied and pasted. George, here's me. Choices. Never allowed to do them all. Fucking royalties. Everything is money. Can be coming if you're not careful. Including people. Money's power and money's food for evil. And this is necessary for reigning and ruling many brains, they say. If you're not rich, you're a piece of shit. If you're not expensive, you're a piece of shit. Increase your value. Make it so it's impossible for someone to buy you. Or only the rich could afford you. Independence, you know? Independence. It's like fuck love. Who needs love? Thing called too much independence. It's like you beat someone into dependency. I'm sorry, why are we dating again? Oh, sex, that's right. That's it. I bet. I mean, lust. Who needs love? Who needs lust? When they can be independent. When they can be a ruler. The needless. Who needs? The needers and the needless. It's a trade. Random, pointless trade. I'm going to make myself dependent on lust. I cannot function without it. Want that, bitch. It tells you to eat food. What if the secret to immortality was to never have eaten food? Maybe that food was ultimately the entrance to death into so many medical issues. Be selective on what you eat because you've already crossed the line into sin. You've already tasted the fruit from the garden without permission of God, despite that God forbade you to. But now You will live a cursed life, a happy life. Or you will completely be consumed by the fruits. I must say, I don't have to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I hate not being able to have more than one sound going on. That's why I usually don't wear headphones. Why I don't do multiplayer games without muting everybody, including myself, so they can hear me. I'm a multitasker, including with sound. Also, yeah, I just left my brain. Never mind. I guess I'm getting tired and bored of talking. So, invisible people, numbers, people behind the numbers, all those, numbers. How's your day? Tell me in the comments. Is day night or is night day to you? And how much value, how much does it mean, represent? And does it affect you if you think about creation of value? Do you make your value or do others make your value? Or do you make other people make your value? Are you like a stealth influencer or are you like a non-stealth influencer? Or are you both? Do you go to the grocery store and tap on everything? I did once, didn't record it. And it wasn't everything. Everything, by I mean, while I was going to get food for the animals. Was it dog food, cat food? Didn't get any food. Why the hell was I there? Why was I doing that? Stim? ASMR? I wasn't even recording it. Oh, that's right. I think I was a kid wandering around the store. I recall. I get bits and pieces of the past. Sometimes. Flooding back to me. Moments. When a Walmart can be your drum set. Plural. And move on to the next. Who needs a drum set when the world is your drum set? Can be. It's like, what does it mean? How long will it mean this? Can you network if it means nothing? Or if it means something, it has a separate meaning from your meaning. What does it mean to you? We create connection through similarity. I can only have only competitors. Perhaps. Is that what it is? Only competition allowed. Only horribilities. Is that even a word? Horribilities? Horribilities allowed? I only want the worst. Nope. This would be taken out of context. Someone out there would be like, edit this. We're gonna really fuck this guy up. Yeah. I think you'll find, through my experiences, that no one is an enemy unless you turn them into an enemy through your own, well, yourself, through yourself. You decide how much value and power every single word has, every single action has. War happens when I take words to heart. I just start cutting deep. Yeah. Been there. I know what that feels like when you let someone have control and power over your own feelings. Best just control your own feelings. Be a master. Make yourself happy. Depend on nothing, no one for your happiness. If you can. And how long can you? Dun 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 dun. It's too much cosmetics. Or what is it? Too much objects, too much money, not enough. It's so many restraints. Barnes and Noble overwhelming. Too many books, too many interesting, fascinating books. I want to read them all right now. Like right now. I don't even want to wait. Which one do I begin with? I want to begin with all of them. So, oh shit. You sure you have the mental capacity to even be able to do that? I can't breathe. There's other things I have to do. It's very time consuming. Even while I'm multitasking, multi-reading. Turns out multi-reading, multi-analyzing, and multi-studying is very time consuming. I'm not sure if I want to invest my time in this medium, this art. This arc is owning me. It has become my prison. But I still have windows in my prison. And I'm like, ooh, movies. Ooh, video games. Ooh, windows. Ooh, what is this made of? Ooh, what is that one made of? It's like, oh shit. Ooh, atoms. Ooh, particles. Ooh, photons. Oh shit. Oh great. Ooh, connectivity. Ooh, mathematics. Ooh, science. So good luck. Way too expensive. If you ain't rich, you don't stand a chance. Hi, my name is Rich. I am the demonic demon that will be possessing you now. From now on, I, Rich, will be the one who is in control of your body. I am the most valuable thing about you. You are nothing without Rich. We are one. XP? It's like, I knew this. Huh. Oh. Oh, that isn't this. The bank. I knew that too. Give me a moment, I gotta process this. Teleportation. What are the neurons good for? Beaming. Maybe you put photons into your electrons, right into your limbic system. I like to consume you. Consume me. Some Zor mesh. From now on, you will only be what color I make you through photons sent beamed into your electrons. Your activation code is colors. They are your portals. Through the color of purple, it will send me straight to you. Whoa! Whoa, should I mention that someone's sitting right next to me right now? And that I'm somewhere else? Meanwhile, my body's somewhere else? I don't even know where I am anymore. Wait, but I know who that is. I think I do. What if it's a mimic that just knows how to transform into exactly what I would be interested in? So what if the mimic knows what I like? What if it's a demon? What if the demon knows exactly what I like? That is trolling me. That has great deception powers. Sing a song, send you to the portals. Good night. See, what happened? You fell asleep at a rock and roll concert. Who does that? Oh. Why? Lullaby. What? You're telling me that rock and roll puts you to sleep? It's very relaxing. Soothes. That's what put me to sleep. What? Like heavy metal. It's like the toxicity. It's like the world's on fire. You know what puts me to sleep? The dying, agonizing screams of your ancestors. It's like, Jesus. Yikes. No, it's actually quite soothing. I find it very soothing. You're a psychopath. I like to think that I am. But most of the time, well, turns out I'm just more of an admirer of psychopaths. A fan of them. I'm not really a psychopath. But I might have to put Hitler on my collection list, alongside Lucifer, and just 40s. I'm collecting psychopaths. Who's up? Like, why is this a psychopath? Who identified these as psychopaths? That's what Psychonauts 3 is. Psychonauts 3 is about getting into the psyche and making you question everything. With the karmatic power of 3, we will use the numbers to amplify its effect in Psychonauts 3. And then we'll create a racing game called Psychonautic. make people ask why. So mind hop through racing. A mind kart game. Mind kart racer. If you ain't first, you're last. Or if you're first, you're still last. Sometimes being first is just an illusion. Sometimes being first is just an illusion. Alright, I'm really getting tired of talking to what feels like myself mostly. And past, present, future, multiversal numbers. And those who choose to be the wizards and witches of Oz behind those numbers. Thank you. I'm also questioning if I should. Because maybe this is more of a trade that you should be thanking me instead. So this is what I'll do. The great and powerful Oz has spoken. Yeah, that sounds good enough, right? If I just keep repeating that. The great and powerful Oz has spoken. Sounds like a thank you, no thank you, and hello and goodbye, all rolled in one through your mind. Turn it into anything you want it to be through the power of technology integrated into your brain. Augmentations kept at a distance, divided from the body, chosen to be touched by the body. Mind into the devices, but devices not into the mind. Interesting. Mind into the devices, devices into the mind. I got an itch. And my stitches in my head are coming out. And my neurochip that was in my brain is now bled out onto the side of my forehead. Do you feel that? Feel what? The itch. My brain itches. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Or I know everything, and I know nothing. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Entertainment life today is circle. Get yourself a circle and drink the hell out of ghost sips. Get your death in the format of water. Or live through the circle of ghost sip. A ghost sip. Ghost sip circle. But is it really a circle? A deformity, morphation, transformation. It's no more like an amazing YouTube with an amazing channel. all the networking we can do. With Ghost Ship Circle. Alrighty then. The great and powerful Oz has spoken.
What was this place like without infected? Can't even imagine it.
Or just 5 when the quarter set it. My memory's pretty hazy, but I remember living in a neighborhood just like this.
What do you remember?
Barbecues. Parents, they would throw these crazy big barbecues, invite a ton of people. You know, I remember the smell more than anything. Weird.
Will shoot on sight. Lots of friendly people lived here.
First few months after the outbreak, they had a lot of looting. Everyone got paranoid. You remember any of that, Joel?
Yeah, everyone barricaded themselves in their homes. And supplies started running low. That's when you saw what people are really capable of.
Aw, doggies.
You're gonna want to stay away from those. It's not like it is in the zone. These are wild. Let's see what we got. That should help us out. Yeah, sailing's falling apart.
You find anything?
Here you go.
Thank you.
Is anybody else hungry?
Yes.
Hey, guys. We break when we get to the radio tower.
All right.
Ellie, found another one of them comics you've been reading.
Right.
Hey, Sam? Be careful.
Yeah.
Fireflies were here.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
How are we gonna find them?
I know a guy. A brother, actually. He was a Firefly. Last I heard, he was in Wyoming. We get there, we find him, we find the Fireflies. What do you say, you in?
Sounds like a good plan, man.
Run for your life. What's up, buddy? Some fresh air. Oh, shit. Believe it or something. I don't know. I keep thinking I should probably look for these shit doors. And waterfall. Alright, not there yet. I guess there is one at the dam. Probably missing some more shit. But I don't know if I have the will to go search for all this. Don't make me throw this brick.
Get out! Fucking sniper. Did you see where it came from?
Somewhere down the street. Right now, y'all stay here.
No.
Before you start, I need you guys to keep him busy. I'm gonna go around and see if I can't get the angle on him.
Okay. Hey. Be careful.
Careful. Ow. Yep, that's me not paying attention. Oh, shot right through the fucking shit. Oh, it still hit me.
You crying behind that car? This ain't your car. Yeah, hide in that house. See if that helps. Where are you going? Huh? Where are you going? Oh, did
God
I
damn
hurt
it.
you?
Still hit me. It's like automatic hits.
I still fucking see you.
Come on.
Come out, wherever you are.
Yep.
You crying behind that car?
What's going on, George? What's up? Hang on, I'll be right home. 1 second. snowing. It's actually snowing here. Notice that when I open the window. It's snowing pretty good. Got them on the cameras. The camera. It's at the cameras. It's like a blizzard. Alright, be right back. $. Okay. What do I do now? Not get a shot?
I know where you are. I still fucking see you.
Can he, do you think you shoot through that fence? Probably not, right? Might be a gambit. Where's he at? Oh, I see. Cannot run dead on. Keep shooting that same spot.
Where are you going?
One more shot and I'm dead. Yep. Can't jump there. I forgot. Is there like an e-brake or something I could pull? Be more intelligent.
Where you going? Huh? Where you going? You crying behind that car? That
Really?
car's not.
Stop hitting that button. What the fuck? I hate this game. The damn menu shit. This dog should be attacking anytime, man.
Where are you going? you go? Yeah, hide in that house. See if that helps.
Yep, here we go. These fuckers are gonna come after me.
Surround him. Get him, boys. Fan out.
Let's do this!
Ah, this fucking sensitive button keeps hitting me. I keep hitting the damn analog stick. Because if you push that in, it activates the damn camera. Come on, asshole.
Where you going? Huh? Where you going?
Here they come.
Get him, boys! Here it comes! Yeah!
Oh, fuck!
Show those few faces! Who's that? So, where you were going? Get him, boys! Keep hiding, sucker! Fire in the hole! Come out, wherever you are! Get him, boys! Get him, boys! Where'd you go? Where are you going? Where'd you go, you fucking chicken shit? Well, same. Come on, I'm not gonna hurt you! Scout's honor!
Oh shit! He's over there! Right here!
Come on, boys! Where are you going? Come out, wherever you are!
Oh shit! Yep, that's a bad decision. Taking him head on like that. I have no health.
In that burnout building!
God damn it, where is this asshole?
Let's check over here. Check down there.
I know where you are! You trying to be sneaky again?
What you got?
Hmm.
Where'd you go, you fucking chicken shit?
Mid-inches from death.
There? Yeah, we got a man down here. I know where you are. Fan out.
I think there's one more left, apart from the shooter on top, but I may be wrong. If I step out here, I'm probably
I'm
dead.
not gonna hurt you. Scout's honor.
This sucks, because I gotta run.
Come out, you coward.
Show those cute faces again. Oh shit.
Stop doing that.
I'm gonna find you, asshole.
Who the fuck are you? Show yourself. What was that?
There we go. Oh shit.
That was intense.
You all right, Sam?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Thanks, Joel.
Look at this.
All right. We did it.
We should move.
All right. Sam!
Now there's waffles.
Henry!
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
I said I'm fine.
Come on, come on!
Let's move! Hurry up.
Yep. His flashlight's still on.
You're okay.
Still here. Anybody hurt?
No, we're good.
I think it's time we quit this place. Come on.
Let's go. Shut the hell up.
Dead serious. It's Tommy's birthday, and that's all he wanted to do is just rent 2 Harleys and drive cross country.
Oh, man. I could die happy if I could just ride one around the block. What was it like?
It was good. It was real good.
Good? Can you believe this guy? Come on, man, give me details. Describe it.
You know what? You two deserve a little privacy.
No, Ellie. This isn't just any regular motorcycle, okay? You get on that bad boy, you feel that engine? Nothing like it.
Oh, yeah? How would you know?
Seen it in my dreams.
Okay.
I don't think anyone from my group is gonna show up.
Yeah.
Worst part about it all, explaining it to Sam.
Well, it's safe to say those two have officially bonded. What are you doing?
Taking stock of all the food we found today.
I see. And how are we doing on canned peaches?
Did Henry send you?
No? Why would Henry send me?
To make sure I'm not fucking up somehow.
I'd say we all did pretty good back there. Especially you. Is everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn my mic off. But I don't
Well,
hook up to cinematics here.
have a good night.
How is it that you're never scared?
Who says that I'm not?
What are you scared of?
Let's see. Scorpions are pretty creepy. Being by myself. I'm scared of ending up alone. What about you?
Those things out there. What if the people are still inside? What if they're trapped in there without any control of their body? Scared of that happening to me.
Okay. First of all, we're a team now. Okay, we're gonna help each other out. And second, they might still look like people, but that person is not in there anymore.
Henry says that they've moved on. That they're with their families. Like in heaven. Do you think that's true?
I go back and forth. I mean, I'd like to believe it.
But you don't.
I guess not.
Yeah. Me neither.
This one is magic. Don't mind the mess in the back.
Oh. All the serious talk. I almost forgot. There. If he doesn't know about it, he can't take it away. All right. I'm pooped. I'll see you tomorrow. Damn. That smells good.
Good morning.
Where's Sam?
I'll let him sleep in for once.
Mr. Hi, Pepper. I can even get her in. Oh, yeah. It's hard to see. My fucking eyes are shut. Right there. Oh, the neighbor died and left her after she died. And occasionally comes and visits her from the spirit realm. And this one is mine. Originally, it was all mine. Magic. That's the one that has figured out how to open up this kitty treat box and is digging through it, which I'm about to take away soon when she has too many. I want her to get sick. Then she'll hate me.
Oh.
Well, if you want him to join us, you can go wake his ass up.
Okay. Sam? Sam!
What the hell? Shit, he's turning! That's my fucking brother! Screw it!
Shit!
Ellie? Ellie, are you alright?
Oh my god.
Sam?
Oh no.
Sam? Henry? Ellie, stay there. Henry?
What have you done?
I'm gonna get that gun from you, okay? Oh, okay, easy.
It's your fault.
This is nobody's fault, Henry.
It's all your fault.
Henry! Henry, no!
Oh my god. Jackson County. Means we're close to Jackson City, right?
Shouldn't be more than a few miles.
You ready to see dear old brother?
I'm just ready to get there.
You nervous?
I don't know what I'm feeling.
So much for this road.
You just follow the river. It'll lead us straight to Tommy's. Come on.
What happened between you two?
What do you mean?
You and Tommy. You're not together, so clearly something went down.
We just had a bit of a disagreement, that's all.
Ah, here we go. So what was it about?
Tommy saw the world one way, I saw it the other.
And that's why he joined the Fireflies.
Yeah, your friend Marlene promised him hope. That kept him busy for a while, but just like Tommy, he eventually quit that too.
How was it? The last time you saw him?
I believe his last words to me were, I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again.
Jeez. But he's gonna help us?
I suppose we're gonna find out.
Well, with or without his help, we'll get there.
Let's just keep going. Another one.
Whoa, what's that?
Right there's a hydroelectric power plant.
A hydra who?
It uses the river's movement and turns it into electricity.
How does it do that?
Look, I know what it is. I don't know how it does it.
All right. How are we getting across?
There you go.
There you go.